Alright, now for real. That was a pretty solid start, but I mean, didn't even get to the catfish, which is the first kind of really meaningful bit of RNG. I never actually saved. I'm almost certainly going to be getting the same RNG as far as the monster formations here. Let's get the jelly and fighting it on the way out. Hey, get cool. Hey, JF0, look at you. Hey, Speedrun fan. Yeah, next goal is sub 420, definitely. As far as going for sub 4, the main question there is just how much I'll be able to stomach potentially resetting over bad first like 30 to 40 minutes. There is a lot of RNG up through like Camus and Tarantula. I feel like if my goal is really sub 4, then I can't really take a run that doesn't kill Gades 2 before like an hour 35 or so. Especially level 2. Time to go. Never actually saw that show, but I've heard the song many a time. I mean, I haven't been running this long enough to really have kind of a final goal yet, but I mean, my first goal was sub 430, now next is sub 420, and then we'll just keep taking it down as long as I'm enjoying grinding the game. I feel like once we've gotten into the sub 420 range, that's when it's going to start getting a bit rougher as far as needing to start taking some risks and also being willing to reset over bad RNG in the early game. I want to keep getting better times. Like, as of right now, I could certainly see at least gunning for like a eventually a sub 410. Like I said, trying to get a sub 4 would have some kind of strict requirements as far as just how much early game time loss I can take before I just have to start over. I would definitely call this a game that's very satisfying to get good at, as far as like especially your movement through the dungeons and dodging encounters, kind of like with the Chrono Trigger. What was the last run? Like a 6:17 or so. But a little bit more slop in it as far as the enemy dodges. For this particular category, I think it's Volta's that is the fastest known time. He's got his time's a little under 4 hours. For the regular NMG category with manipulation, it's Gilles, and I think Magus is second place. As far as I know, the manipulated run has been very, very not competitive for years. Gilles got the record, and then that was pretty much it. Or was anybody actually doing runs of that category? And that was like 5 or 6 years ago now. I know the manipulated run is kind of like Chrono Trigger manipulated now, where the whole game is manipulated from start to finish. Probably should have sold some potions to get 12th boomerang there. Oh well, too late now. Oh, thanks, Wild Sunflowers. Yeah, work is a good way to put it. I mean, like most other hobbies, it takes work to get good, but then kind of once you get to that point, it's a lot of satisfaction. I mean, there's some people where kind of they only run one game, or sometimes even just one category of one game, and that's it. They put years and years and years of work into getting top level at something like Super Metroid or like Ocarina of Time, as far as like super competitive speed games, high skill ceilings. Should make regular attack that one. Now if the last one's it's two eagles, it's gonna be a bit of a problem. If it was two, I'd be able to use my IP ability, but it would... Alright. Is good. Looking for 50 or higher for the damage rolls. $41, yikes. Right. I failed, what, one, maybe two encounter skips that might have been a gold otherwise, just because it was not an amazing catfish fight, but it was fairly fast. Very lucky as far as the damage rolls. Not right now. I mean, still got a ways to go before having any shot at competing for record. See what the future holds, though. Oh yeah, I think I got an overworld encounter outside the cave too, which. Hey, Metric, evening, sir. Alright, later, Iron Maiden. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Kepser, thank you. Yeah, got past the bug there. The rule set that I'm using actually bans the catfish jewel and other drops from rare drops, well, just drops period from bosses. So if I got the catfish jewel, I'd actually have to throw it away. Reason for that is just because it makes a really big difference to have the catfish jewel for a certain boss and then just sell it eventually. Come on, I keep forgetting to do this first. So rather than kind of making it so that you have to grind for a rare drop, or reset, basically, if you want to get an optimal time, the rule set just bans it. The Catfish Jewel lets you use an Earthquake IP ability that's really effective against Regal Goblin, and you can also sell it for a lot of cash. Still level 7? Okay. Very few kobolds. If I was going for sub 4, I would not be doing these extra fights in Alon's basement. This is to get to level 8 for additional safety on Regal Goblin. Okay, and later too. Mostly Regal Goblin. Yeah, there's some pretty rockin' monster sprite work in this game. Probably not going to save time here because of do like 2 extra fights over if I'd have gotten a lot of kobolds. Actually, never mind. We'll get a small gold. I think largely just to cleaner movement, despite almost forgetting the hit the switch before the teleporter room again. Yeah, I don't think there's an Iris Crown, but I'd like to think that finding all the Iris treasures kind of gives you an honorary Iris Crown. No, I have never found all the Iris treasures. I was good with just beating the ancient cave at all. Iris percent when Elmagus gets a certain number of subscribers, of course. Feels pretty unlikely at this point that I'm ever going to speedrun the ancient cave, but you never know. But as of right now, at least, it doesn't appeal to me as much as the base game does. Yeah, it's a very different skill set to get good at the ancient cave compared to at the base game. Yeah, the Urban Orb. It's this game's built-in randomizer. Also known as a roguelike or mystery dungeon, where you have a 99-floor dungeon that's completely randomly generated. It's a lot harder than just beating the base game, too, by a fair bit. I only beat it for the first time a couple months ago, despite having played this game as a kid. Yeah, I mean, the Ancient Cave is way, way more popular than the full game as far as speedrunning. And I get why, too, but, guess I'm just different. Please go to sleep, Mr. Goblin. Please punch Maxim. Another thing I really like about running the full game as opposed to the Ancient Cave 2 is the music. You get to hear pretty much the full soundtrack from the full game, including this boss theme, which is so good. I finally got to sleep, although it's pretty late in the fight. Should be dead before he wakes up at this point. He's dead maybe next turn. Alright. Still gonna do the power brace safety here. I think after next meaningful PB, I should really start cutting this out. Basically just giving me some extra potions and then an item I can sell for money to buy 2 extra big boomerangs. Yeah, I haven't played the DS remake, but that's the general opinion I've heard, is that it was disappointing. I've heard the music is very good, though. It's got some really sweet remixes of this game's soundtrack. The blue chest behind Regal Goblin is the key that that lady just somehow got to open the door. It's the trigger in order to be able to go through that door is to have defeated Regal Goblin. You don't actually have to have the key. So we don't bother opening the chest. That's the only real kind of oversight like that in the game as far as story triggers. Every other dungeon key you do have to get. Later. I'm up against a pretty bad Camus split, it looks like. In fact, I think I actually had a death kind of early in my first attempt at him, so if I have a fast Camus fight, we should save a lot of time here. Yeah, Dakar having his own game would be sweet, for sure. Get a lot of practice in at this tower because you have to do it twice. You're feeling more confident with the venuing, at least. Alright, here we go. First really hard boss in the run. Thanks, Speckle. Double heal after this one. If he does it again, then I'd better do potion guy. Okay, finally a non-buster attack. I mean, him using that a couple times is not a problem because it gives me IP, but if he just spams the crap out of it, then we start to have issues. Ham with guys' Thunder Blasts, and not worry too much about the Tarantula for now. Okay. Nice. Hopefully I won't pay for that on the Tarantula, though, as far as Guy not having a lot of IP. I was kind of hoping he'd do one more Buster attack and then die on the next turn, so that he'd mostly refill Guy's IP, but I'll settle for saving 2 minutes on Camus. I know that's another thing I just need to be willing to take some chances on, too, is sometimes not double healing after Buster attacks, and then also being willing to use Guy IP with Guy sometimes. Because having IP on Guy makes a bigger difference against Tarantula than against Camus, but does make a difference against Camu, and like if he's spamming the crap out of Buster attack, then if I don't use Thunder Blast with Guide, and that's IP going to waste. He's full. Well, the ROM hack idea for this game that I've heard pitched that I'd really be interested in is doing a remake of Lufia 1 in the Lufia 2 engine. That would be pretty cool, I think. For people not familiar, Lufia 1 is a very different game, and it hasn't aged quite as well as this one. It's kind of a lot more like an old-school Dragon Quest game, but it's got a lot of charms of its own, in my opinion. Like, I really like the story and characters, kind of simple as they are. It's got some heart and soul behind it. Another nice thing was that I didn't use a lot of big boomers on Camu, so I don't have to rebuy quite as many. Well, that'd be the question, I guess, if they would kind of stay true to this game as far as having the encounters in the dungeons be avoidable, or be more true to the first game as far as all encounters being random. Because if they were going to make the encounters flow like in this game, they'd have to probably make some somewhat big changes to the dungeon maps and stuff to make it work in that kind of format. Yes, I do have to wait out the bug getting off the carpet, because if you enter the carpet area anywhere other than the gap there, then some blocks appear and pulls off the switch. Save the top block for last to optimize pushing the pill. So yeah, I think the next big Camu gold is going to be when I stop safety saving before Camu, or at least backtracking from to the save point. That's probably a good like 10-15 seconds at least to walk back in at this point to save. perspective. I have a lot of, well, actually, my money isn't gonna vary at this point because I always get 11 big rumors. It's the next purchase where it varies a bit. I was thinking about potentially buying extra spells, depending on my luck on Camu, but yeah, it's a matter here. Alright, I was intending to try to skip this, but I guess not. Doing that fight is, come on. It's trying to get a B-Rock drop. Help if you get it, but I've never actually had it happen in a run. Can't imagine the odds are particularly good. Stun this skeleton again. That. The B-Rock, getting the B-Rock drop primarily would get me out of having to do a minor detour in Idura 1's dungeon to get a B-Rock, and then having it early would help boost, I think in particular Guy's stats for a bit. Yeah, the fact that it's just kind of it's off-centered a bit too, as far as the angle of its mandibles and stuff, is a little creepy. I'd agree. Alright, please hit Guy. That's my key for Guy. Please don't paralyze Guy, though. That sucks. Wow. Okay, well, yeah, this Tia broke out of it. Hey, Rudderstar, Even's here. Tarantula really wants me to pay for not, for giving the mini shield to Tia instead of the pearl brace, apparently. I guarantee you the Pearl Brace should be immune to paralysis. This probably kills. Alright. Well, that was not good, but apparently it was still better than my PB. I mean, dear lord, that was trolly as far as number of times I got paralyzed. I think my PB I also forgot to buy the spells in the next town trip, so it cost me a bunch of time on the clowns. Hey, drinks, looking in. Oh yeah, for sure. If you do a if you do a no shop glitch run, Medusa is pretty scary too. As far as having 3 different ways to give you bad status conditions, there's really nothing you can do about. So with the way that tarantula fight went too, I don't think having full IP on Guy going in would have really made that big of a difference. Probably would have cut maybe a turn or 2 off, but it wouldn't have saved a ton of time. Yeah, those enemies were probably lying in wait for me for quite some time, and probably pretty sorely disappointed that I'm onto their tricks. Puzzle that trips a lot of people up because of having to do it diagonally. Hey, Notre Dame, insert welcome statement here. Alright, who's ready for some clowns? Something I'm doing differently this time too is leaving Guy out of the healings on the 4-on-1 clown fights, just because he just doesn't need it as much. It's the best health and defense of the team right now. If I heal the whole party, then if the clowns spam AoE attacks, that I can have trouble keeping up with it. That was tricky. Having characters die, miss experience of clowns isn't that big of a deal. No, because when I die to Gordovan Gades, that'll take care of it. If I get an antidote drop, I'll use it to fix it, but as far as I know, it's not the extra text from the poison damage isn't worth healing it for more fights, I guess. Just have the only required fights between the Tarantula and Gades one or the clowns. Yeah, the damage isn't really meaningful. Hey, some dude. I guess it's technically 3, you're right. Yeah, because Maxim isn't in the Danielle second fight. Oh, okay, it was the last turn where I should have hit Salon do a flash instead of a heal. That was faster. Okay, I could really go, I was about to say, I could really go for a ha 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 after that punch on Tia. I got him now. Could risk it and have Salon do a flash instead of heal this turn. It wouldn't have mattered because of getting a ha ha ha, but since she died in the first fight, I just want to make sure she doesn't die to this one. Alright. I had a little bit of trolling on the clowns, but in my PB I forgot to buy Flash and Droplet before coming here, and that hurt me on those fights. Mostly on the 4-on-1 fight, specifically. Flash and Droplet get used. I don't do the menu trick to skip overworld encounters on Parcelite Island because there's cores here, which are the Lufia equivalent of metal slimes. Only they don't run away, you're guaranteed to be able to kill them as long as you have offensive magic. Hey, yes, the biggest time saves I'd say are in the first hour and a half or so. I do have, there are meaningful time saves in a lot of other fights and dungeons and stuff too, but like the worst part of my PB is the start. Like a pretty good Gades 2 time would be sub 135, and I think mine is like a 144 in this PB. Hey, Hyrule, thanks a look. Yeah, don't the cores have like overflowed magic resistance or something that makes it effectively 0? Popping in and out there to activate it as a warp point. Well, I have been practicing the menuing and stuff, so I would say yeah, I'm like a 5 or 6 at this point. Like, mostly just because there's a lot of menuing that I need to check my notes for confidence at. A couple more runs and a lot of the menuing I should have mostly memorized. It definitely helps that the menuing in this run is nowhere near as complicated as an FF9. This is one of the few situations where having characters die isn't too meaningful, because everybody's gonna die to the boss. Hey, MPK, yeah, this game does have some kind of whack acronyms for stats compared to other RPGs. Hey Barrel, thanks for the luck. Oh yeah, DME for HP and Valkyrie profile is pretty special. Anybody else looking forward to the Valkyrie Profile remaster coming out in a couple weeks? Because I sure am. I was a lot more hyped when they announced that than when they announced the new Valkyrie game. Yeah, there's a HD remaster of Valkyrie Profile Lenneth coming out for Steam and modern platforms, I believe. Well, actually, well, I know it's modern consoles. I guess I'm not 100% sure that it's on PC too, but it was originally supposed to come out at the same time as Valkyrie Elysium as kind of a extra thing to promote that game, but then they delayed it until December. Yeah, I've got the original game and the PSP remake too, but I've been kind of itching to play Valkyrie Profile for the past, I don't know, maybe a better part of a year or so, but after they announced a remaster, figured I'd just wait and play that. There's the name I have not heard in a long time in Hasa. He's doing alright. Yeah, I'll be playing the Crisis Core remaster too. Oh, so the Valkyrie Profile remake is just for PS4 and 5. And, oh, it's not even Switch or Xbox. Maybe they have some exclusivity deal with Sony or something because of the original game being PlayStation. Yeah, I finally got a PS5 about 3 weeks or so ago, mostly just because I could. I wasn't sure how long that opportunity would last. I imagine the first PS5 native game I'm actually going to play is Crisis Core Reunion. Shopping to do. I had an antidote that whole time and didn't use it. Oops. I know it's more or less confirmed that the Valkyrie Profile remaster is it's an HD remaster of the PSP port of Valkyrie Profile, so I think that port didn't really change anything meaningful about the game besides making it widescreen. Although I believe it was based on the Japanese version, the Japanese PlayStation version, as far as like how menus work. I mean, I'm just hyped that the game's finally going to be conveniently playable on modern technology. You don't either need really expensive PlayStation 1 discs and a means of playing them or emulation. Oh yeah, I did like the I like the cutscenes better in the PlayStation version than the CGI versions they did on PSP. Wait, they're doing mobile, but they're not doing Switch? That's kind of surprising. There's a lot of just weirdness as far as how companies decide to release their games on platforms, though. Like the fact that the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters are PC and mobile only, and they didn't do Switch or PS4 or anything. This will definitely save some time here. That was a really fast Cape Ridge basement. I was very lucky too as far as the movement patterns of the enemies in the basement. That is definitely true. I mean, modern gaming consoles, kind of the line between a console and a PC is kind of thin these days. Yeah, I mean, there's also never been, there's also a kind of a true remake of the first two Phantasy Star games. That was released on Japanese PlayStation 2, and that's never been re-released in any other form. I mean, I was pretty sad to hear that they remastered Phantasy Star 1 for the Switch, but haven't done anything with the Sega Ages, or what are they? It's Sega something as far as the PlayStation 2 remakes of Phantasy Stars 1 and 2. Yeah, and that Switch version of Phantasy Star 1 is... It sounds like definitely the recommended way to play that game nowadays, because the original version is really slow and grindy by modern standards. Yes, Dakar is the chairman of the board. Yeah, my main college roommate introduced me to Phantasy Star and Shining Force, because I'd never played any Genesis RPGs before that. I only played like Sonic the Hedgehog and other like action games on the Genesis. Hey, Team Rock. This time, instead of warping, avoid having to get past that enemy again. skip too. As the name, true to the name, this next fight is pretty trolly. Even though it's just two mob fights back to back, but they're pretty dangerous. Big tag team, one of my characters. They actually changed Phantasy Star 2 and the Genesis menu too. It's interesting. Take an extra turn here and get to it back up. Just to make sure I'm at max going into the Trolls fight. Should be a win. The salon didn't. Nice. First time I've ever seen a troll survive the big boomer plus fireball combo. Yeah, the monster sprite work in this game is very good. There's a lot of cool sprites that we're not going to see in this run, too, unless something goes horribly wrong, as far as dodging encounters in the late game. Hey, Bars, you come in. Oh, yeah, glad to hear. I did play this game growing up too and loved it. Kind of disappointing to learn as an adult that the Lufia series is considered a bit obscure nowadays, at least in the US. Always pretty tense. Not want to get like attacked by one of those bull enemies, you might party wipe. Please give guy VIP. Maxim getting topped off would be nice too for cooties. I do not have any children. If I did, I'd try to at least get them interested in watching speedruns, even if not doing them themselves. Well, this game was not made by Square. Was not made or published by what's now Square Enix. AI Spirits, thanks for the luck. Need to just acquire an Iris key. Hopefully the new PC hasn't exploded on you yet. Set there to reset that frog so that it's out of my way. Nice. Ooh, wow. Let's try. It's not what I wanted, but at least Maxim is topped off now. What? Because my main method of healing against Gades is using Mind Ring IP to cast Stronger. I've never heard of either of those games. What platforms are they on? PC or Switch or something? Yeah, who likes hype battle music, by the way? I do. Destructive wave a single time yet. Okay, well, at least everybody gets the experience, even if that was kind of a whack fight. Alright, 137 Gades 2. So yeah, a really good Gades 2 split would be sub 135, but 137's I think pretty good for where I'm currently at with Lufia II. So, are Samsara Naga RPGs then, or what kind of games are they? Yeah, I've never heard of either of those before. Yeah, this game's a lot faster in Japanese because of the text speed. I would venture to guess at least 15 to 20 minutes. There's some glitch differences and some dungeon layout differences between the US and Japanese versions too. A reason that's often the case in old games like this is just because Japanese is a more kind of a more compact, efficient language. Like each symbol in Japanese is a syllable instead of a letter, so it takes less characters to write text. And when you have a game like this where the text draws out one letter at a time instead of like the entire box at once, then having less text to print saves a lot of time. But for RPG speedruns, though, if the word Mario isn't in the name of the RPG, generally the speedrun is done on the English version, and then the Japanese version is a separate category that there isn't really a lot of interest in. For Mario RPGs, though, the communities only run Japanese, I've noticed. Always been a little curious kind of why that is, too. Sure, a lot of it is more about just people, the communities for the games as opposed to the games themselves. And maybe also because, like, maybe influence from other Nintendo games like Zelda, where like I think the only Zelda game that people actually run in English is the first one, Zelda 1. Not really. There are generally loading differences. But if a Japanese version of a game is faster, it's usually because of either text speed or glitch differences. Because for older games, it was often the case that the game was made in Japan, and then like a year or two later got translated into English and released in the United States and Canada, and then if they were lucky, in Europe later too. But because of the delay in making the English version, sometimes they would fix glitches and bugs in the game as part of that process too. So it's usually the case that the Japanese version has more glitches because of being an older version of the ROM. Ironically, that's very much not the case for this game, though. This version of the game is the glitchiest, the US English version. Even though this is a no major glitches run, there's still several glitches that we use to save time and that just are forced upon us, like the dual blade shrine glitch and the menu glitch, as far as when you L and R cycle between characters' menus, that the text glitches out. Oh, Breath of the Wild is en français now. That's interesting. I know. I think the Wind Waker HD is run in Italian. I'll be honest, that's something I'm just not a fan of at all with speedrunning, is pressure to run a game in a foreign language. Especially if it's a game that has a lot of text in it, like an RPG. That's just me. I will only run a game in a foreign language if there's a compelling reason to me, like I did some runs of the Japanese version of Final Fantasy VI a while ago because of the exclusive glitch in that version of the game. That was that reason and not because of text speed differences. Even though text speed is pretty significant in all of the SNES Final Fantasies. Still gonna safety save before leaving here. Okay, so could it fail a bad encounter or skip? Yes. It used to be thought that the sketch glitch in FF6 was English only, but it was eventually figured out how to do it in the Japanese version. Safety save I'll probably be cutting out relatively soon once I have more confidence in avoiding the encounters in this tower. What's up already? Need to watch some other runs to try to learn what the fastest way to do that puzzle is. I like to call this the Super Mario Brothers 3 puzzle, as far as the matching the tiles on the grid. Yeah, I think the task for this game is pretty old, but it would not be a bad idea at all to watch it at some point, just for tips on movement. I guess that would be with the caveat that a task would be manipulating RNG for the enemy movements, at least for enemies that have RNG in their movement, putting the encounters. Really don't want to fail encounter skips in this dungeon because of the Salon can die pretty easily. Salon not having IP for the boss is really, really bad. If I'd have gotten the B-Rock drop in Tarantula's dungeon, then I could have skipped that detour there to get the B-Rock. And just having it sooner would have made a bit of... Come on. Oh, glad I saved. That one gets me a lot, too, just because I just keep forgetting that there's a horse right inside that door. That was a pretty minor time loss, at least, because it was literally right after I saved. I've never gotten the king of jump rope in FF9. I don't think I've ever even really seriously attempted it either. Wow, Maxim has no IP. Maxim gets smacked around a bit here so he can Glacial Blast Idura. Yeah, I know a guy that did a project a couple years ago of trying to get all Steam achievements on all Final Fantasies, and I think he said FF9 was by far the worst as far as having some of the worst requirements for achievements. Like having to fight, like, what, 1,000 battles or something? With how low the encounter rate is in PC FF9, that's pretty abysmal. Kill him. Died next to it. Dying sucks, but I'd rather just deal with that than set again. It's 2 fights that Salon has died on, though. The first one didn't matter too much, but that one hurts a little more. More regains on my way out of town. Yep. Never see their kid again until the end of the game. It's me too. Should know by now that you pretty much always warp to the left of the town. This is one of the rare cases where you're warping to a town and then not going into it. Probably could have skipped that, because actually I think Maxim should have a lot of IP. Hey, backslash, thanks for luck. Pretty bad Idura fight on top of that reset to the Horus. It was a fast reset, but that probably still cost me a good, like, 15-20 seconds. I don't like Salon only having 93 HP going into the Lions fight, too. she can kind of easily get one shot. Lions uses its strong attack on her. No, I mean, she's died to 2 different fights at this point. Should generally be over 100 by this point. But in an unmanipulated run, there is also randomness as far as stat growth when you level up. So the amount of HP your characters have is going to vary from run to run if you're not manipulating things. Slow room, but no fights at least. Oh, another issue. You know what? Another problem I just remembered too is that if Salon doesn't have IP, I can't actually use immobilize on the lions. Probably in for a rough time on the lions unless I get IP from failing an encounter skip on the way through here, and she survives it. Almost wondering if I should move the B-Rock to Maxim, actually, just to make sure I can try to paralyze the lions. That's probably not a bad idea, actually. Which side that post is on. Alright, no encounter hookshot room. Hey, monkey, welcome in. Gonna try it once, and if I have issues, I'll try swapping the B-Rock to Maxim. Hey, Nacho, come in. Alright, Solana can use Immobilize in the next turn. Assuming they don't double team and kill her. Have a good night, Rose. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Good. Kill one of them before trying to get Salon back up. try being the operative. Should still save a meaty chunk of time here, despite this being a horrible alliance fight, because I didn't even get a chance to paralyze either of them. Probably could have just iceballed with Salon for the faster animation too. Yep. Alright, saved a minute at least. Not really sure what happened here in my PB. It probably was the dungeon that cost me a bunch of time to my gold in my PB. Probably failed a lot of encounter skips. At least I won, and Salon didn't miss out on more experience, so that's good at least. So starting right here, where I have to stay at the end to advance the story, is a leg of the run where I'm going to try to avoid using Salon's MP as much as possible. I need to do a lot of warping around to hit story triggers. If I ever do MP for healing and stuff like that, then I'll eventually run out and have to items or stay at an end. To check out the ancient cave next, or at least the island that it's on. What made me want to run this game? Well, I mean, I played it as a kid and have a lot of nostalgia for it, and it's a pretty sick speed game as far as like the movement tech through dungeons to avoid encounters and like how the boss fights play out with the IP system. And also, not a whole lot of people run the main game of Lufia II, the Ancient Cave, which we're actually almost at right here as far as this town is way more popular for speedrunning than the base game. So it's kind of, I like to call it becoming the change I want to see in the world as far as running the main game. It'd be really sick if that trick I did of taking the ship here, then going to Gruberic, and then warping here would let me skip this cutscene, because you normally get this cutscene when you're coming into town from the ship dock. But sadly, if you don't watch this cutscene, then Idora isn't going to be in the next hour. Yeah, I would like to submit this to Questing for Glory. I'd really like to submit this to RPG Limit Break and maybe Summer Games Done Quick next year as well, but step at a time. And I mean, I don't learn speedruns solely for marathons too. I want to get a good time and have fun with the game too. Yeah, if I get a fat PB tonight, that would make for a pretty nice Questing for Glory submission video. Oh, congrats! 3 out of 17 sounds pretty nice, especially for a competitive game like DWR. Wow. Okay, at least I got in first. That's pretty sad. Yeah, I don't really submit to a lot of online marathons. Questing for Glory being the main one that I do submit to. Sometimes. I mean, some of the enemies have completely deterministic movement, where if you do the same, I mean, their movement is just purely based on what you do, but there's others that have RNG. Skip that whole puzzle by setting off a bomb in that exact spot. Not want to mess with those squid enemies too. Wipe your whole party if they spam their AoE attack. Yeah, there are some of the puzzles are a bit rough. Like the one that trips a lot of people up pretty easily is the colored block puzzle in the Treasure Sword Shrine, which is the Clown's Dungeon. Because the hint tile in the puzzle room doesn't tell you that you can line up the blocks diagonally, and then you have to do that for the second and third puzzles, rooms. So it should be good here, because Maxim should have plenty of IP for hasting himself. Yeah, yeah, exactly, that piano dissonance sound that's, I think, is only used for this cutscene. Love it. Basically, the worst thing he can do is to summon help in the first turn, but only a pretty minor time loss for him to do that. Will now be sleep locking Idura. Back to sleep. The sleep ball has no chance to fail. Nice. Like that's a gold largely fueled by a good dungeon. I got because with the sleep ball strat, the Idura fight is very consistent. The only real RNG there is what he does in the first turn, and then how many times he wakes up. Probably do a little bit of math too to figure out how to tell when I could get away with just trying to kill him instead of put him to sleep again. Yeah, I mean, the complicating factor is just how many times he wakes up, although if I don't really plan on Maxim using ice balls ever, then it help. But I guess for that idea to work too, it'd kind of have to be in a position where he's one ice ball away from dying. Even if he dies that turn, if he's awake, he's going to take a turn or take an action before he dies. Unless Maxim, who's faster than he is able to do something to kill him. Oh, yeah, about 130 with an ice ball. I mean, there's really nothing that he else I think that he could do that would do more damage than that from the back row. Well, I could always move him to the front row and do something else, though, potentially. A bit of science, I guess. Correct. If I get a random drop from a normal encounter, it's fine. There's only really two boss drops that are really significant, the Catfish Jewel and the Camu Jewel. This Fatal Blow, I've seen a bit over 2K. Another gold. This really goes to show just how important good movement and encounter skips are. Boss fights in this run. Don't worry, he'll be fine. That's true too. He does somehow survive that explanation, other than just that he's Dakar and does that. Hey, Wooflu, welcome in. During this leg of the run, I have a lot of warping I need to do, so I need to sort of Salon's MP if possible. Je parle un peu de français. Un peu. Oh, are you French or French Canadian, Wild Sunflowers? I studied French for 3 years in high school and 1 semester in college. Which was a while ago, so I could not hold a conversation at all in French, but I can usually read something in French and get kind of a vague sense of what it's saying. Ah bien. Très bien. This is Lufia II's way of trying to promote the Crisis Core remaster coming out in a few weeks. Having an early incarnation of Aerith, even though this game came out a year before FF7 did. Nice of them to fill up Salon's IP, although it's not really going to matter anytime soon. Hey Frog, welcome in. Hey Jofus, welcome in. I would play this game first. This game is aged much better than Lufia 1. And if you enjoyed this game and want to know where the story goes next, then I would give Lufia 1 a try. This game is a prequel to Lufia 1 as well, so you're not really missing out on a lot of story stuff if you play this game first. I mean, that's exactly what I did as a kid, too. Played this game first. Not really intentionally, too. That's just kind of how it worked out as far as the friend that loaned me his carts of first this and then Lufia 1. But I wouldn't mind looking into if there's a way to skip that too, because that's only actually used for Fire Dragon. Alternative weapon, I could have Guy Rock for Fire Dragon. Hey, something classic, welcome in. Yeah, this run's gone very, very well so far. I am past most of the really significant time saves I can realize, though. Yeah, you can get encounters on stairs, which sucks. At least it means that once you're out of the encounter, guaranteed to get on with your day. Yeah, this is a pretty diminutive looking boss, but if it actually does stuff, it's pretty nasty. The fact that we get to sleep lock it in the speedrun does deprive us of one of the best names for an attack in an RPG, if you ask me, though, which is Sneeze Spreader. Someone who has kind of rough seasonal allergies fighting a plant that has a sneeze spreader attack is kind of fitting. There, but at least Maxim has IP again. Yeah, I love that boss theme so much. As a kid, I was only really into the Sinistral boss theme, but since then, I've come to view the normal boss theme and the Sinistral theme as peers. Oh yeah, DJ Keep Mouse. I love turn-based RPGs. I mean, I like action RPGs too, but turn-based RPGs are what I mostly grew up playing, and they're harder to and there aren't as many of them being made nowadays too, compared to action games. Yeah, same, Lauren. A lot of good RPGs coming out soon. We got Crisis Core Remake and Remaster and Valkyrie Profile Remaster this month, and then Octopath in February. Familiar with Chained Echoes, what platform is that on? Oh, so PC and modern consoles. Is it an RPG? Yeah, those spiritual successor games to Wild Arms and Shadow Hearts are gonna be pretty hype. Oh, I'll have to check that out then, especially if it's gonna be on console too. I generally prefer playing games on console if I can. Chained Echoes, I'll have to check that out. They're coming up on probably the longest dungeon in the whole game. At least long as far as required stuff, because I think the Shrine of Vengeance is probably longer if you go into the basement and get all the chests. But we skip that in the speedrun. Yeah, Breath of Fire 3 is actually the only Breath of Fire that I've never finished, but yeah, the sound, it's got this kind of unique jazz style soundtrack, which pretty hype. I think I read that the soundtrack to Octopath Traveler 2 is going to be jazzy too. So making it to this point without having to refill Salon's MP means I'm in the clear at this point, because I'll finally get finally get an MP restoration tile in the next dungeon. I think it is, yeah. I mean, the only kind of person that I would not recommend Octopath Traveler 2 is someone that primarily plays RPGs for the story. That's not really great in Octopath. I mean, it's serviceable, but the strongest points of the game, I would say, are the job system and the boss fights, and like the soundtrack and sprite work and stuff too. No, I haven't. Is that like an album or something? Took me a while to actually be able to consistently get through this dungeon without forgetting something, how many switches there are, these types. Yeah. I mean, Lufia II has a lot of inspiration from Zelda, as far as how the dungeons are laid out, like the fact that you have tools to solve puzzles and deal with enemies and stuff. The puzzles aren't really the high point of the speedrun, though. They're just kind of something you just have to get through the dungeons. But playing the game normally, it's pretty nice. Finger slipped and I didn't hit on it. Assassins, which are not your friend. Finally ground out this room a bit on practice to figure out how to manipulate a preempt in this fight. Alright, have a good night, something classy. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure. To refill Salon's magic there. Golden Sun is a series I still need to try out. I haven't actually played any Golden Sun games. Really should have done a heal. Oh, bad. It's not really gonna matter though. This is just gonna kill it next turn. Developers are apparently so proud of that room where you've got a ninja rushing at you and then a a draconian a few steps away that they used it again. There's two pretty much identical rooms like that. Paralyzed two of them. Should all die this turn because I have IP with Guy. Nice. Well, I thought my last PB was going to be likely my last PB that's over 10 minutes, but hey, if it happens again, take it. Magical wife, yeah. That's not the last time we hear about Salon the magical wife, too. If I die, I go back to my last safety save. If you dying in this game just kicks you back to the title screen. It's not like Dragon Quest where you get to keep progress. And if you don't safety save, then rip. Like if I ever decide to try to push for sub 4 hours, then I pretty much can't safety save because if I ever die, I'll lose too much time to have a chance at sub 4 in those cases. Hey, Mr. Scruff, welcome in. My run's going very good so far. Had a couple not so great spots, but there's been no like really big blow up yet. Yeah, I first tried the trolls. I did have to reset once in the North Lighthouse where you first fight Idura because of failing an encounter skip right after a save point, but it was not really too bad of a loss. Yeah, I'm opening the menu on the overworld in order to reset my step counter for getting into random fights. Really shouldn't do this, but I'm scared. I'm still scared of the ninjas in the next tower. I'm far enough ahead that I could wipe to ninjas and still PB, as long as I don't have to redo the end of Dankirk dungeon. There's 3 rooms in this dungeon where there's an encounter that if I fail the skip badly enough, I can wipe very easily. Both of these I think I could get away with only stunning them twice, but I am terrified of these things. Especially when I'm on a pace like this. Fun glitch. Whee! Fucking out of here. Do the fun glitch and then just walk into the ninja. I did in my PB. Probably be a gold. That scene is a minute long. Yeah, there are glitches used in no major glitches runs of this game. It's basically just no wrong warps. There are some glitches you can use to skip very large chunks of the game. In fact, a true any % run of this game is under 1 minute long, because you can do a menu glitch after gaining control of Maxim in order to call the ending. Like that was about a 30-second gold. I mean, I guess that's my first time going through that tower with the new skip and the floating platform room, and not failing the ninja skip in the next room. I've never really minded the text box sound in this game, just because I think it's kind of charming that different characters have different tones for their text. It's because there's some rare drops on early game bosses that are very meaningful, in particular the catfish jewel. It's like a 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 10 chance, and that's part of the rule set, just to prevent people from having to spend a lot of time resetting over trying to luck into getting the catfish jewel in order to actually have a run going. Be kind of aggressive with the menu trick here, because there are assassins in the overworld here, which are pretty nasty. Death attack. Along with being very fast. Something I've really come to appreciate about this game for speedrunning too is just how fast your characters move. There aren't a lot of other SNES era RPGs where you move as fast as you do in this game. 100% Lufia II, I think I can only name 2 people that have ever done that. Happy Squid 89 and Cruel. No, I'm not running. I didn't actually even submit anything for the next GDQ. I'll probably submit this to Summer Games Done Quick, though, assuming I've got a good time at it by then, which at the rate I'm going, I definitely should. More importantly, I want to submit this to next year's RPG limit break. One did keep mashing, because I mean, I really need to just pay more attention and when my characters start to regroup to stop. Very short dungeon, but because of that, it has the drawback of save point. And the boss being pretty nasty. It's called the Mountain of No Return for a reason. I'm using terror balls, which have a 50-50 chance to one-shot these, and I really, really would like at least one of them to die before they attack. It went very, very well in my PB. Okay, they didn't kill anybody, and I'm gonna champion heal, so we're in pretty good shape now. Especially if this kills. Alright, excellent. Ooh, this is gonna be a nice goal, too. Then again, maybe not, actually, just because I missed my northeast tower split in my PB, so that might have messed up. That probably messed up the gargoyles split, too, as far as what the gold is. Yeah, I only gained 14 seconds between soldiers and gargoyles. Arty arty. Looking ahead, because Salon, I think, got punched at one point and should be good on IP for Bench Ghost. Really need a lot. And Salon having IP is very important because she's a damage dealer. Yeah, I mean, being able to avoid the encounters through good movement and use of your tools makes it a really, really cool speedrun. Kind of like Chrono Trigger in a lot of ways, only it's a different kind of skill, because Chrono Trigger, it's just pure movement, and in this, it's movement and using tools. And there's also some RNG to deal with too, because like skipping the encounters in Chrono Trigger doesn't really have much RNG at all. The enemies are pretty much the same every time, but there's certain enemies in this game that have random movement. Hey, Ageless, thanks for luck. This run's going very, very well so far, and hopefully it keeps going that way. I'm running this on a Super Nintendo console. The original cartridge. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these golds are just from practice. And the fact that this run hasn't had any like really big blow-ups yet. Like, I had one very minor reset where I lost maybe like 15 to 20 seconds to a bad failed encounter skip right after a save room. Oh yeah, I missed my Divine Shrine split. It was supposed to be when I teleport out. I have a really easy time missing those when it's not tied to a boss. The fact that there is no boss in the Divine Shrine feels like kind of a miss on Neverland's part too. It feels like you really should have fought Ammon there after Karen sacrificed herself to weaken him. No. The only Tales game I've played is Tales of Berseria. I do want to eventually play some more though. This was just trolly here. Really? Really? Oh, come on! Really? That is really, really bad for the next boss, and it's all because of RNG. That's literally the absolute worst thing that could have happened in that fight, too. Hey, Faizu. Well, I appreciate the offer of being the fall guy, and I'll take you up on that. Salon not having IP for Venge Ghost really, really sucks. I mean, it could not really be that bad, because if Venge Ghost does something that gives her IP on the first turn, then I can just kill it on the second turn, but if it doesn't, that's just gonna bleed some time. Kind of hoping that enemy would actually get Salon. Well, as long as she doesn't die here, might help Revenge Ghost. Got these things get tons of attacks. Well, this one's more on me. Well, this is gonna be a very stinky split. This is a free fight if you have IP going on all of your characters, but since I don't, it's gonna be a little janky. I should have healed myself, actually. Because if he does Thunder, that's gonna kill Solange. She's not at full health. Alright, she can definitely do it next turn now. This fight is done in one turn if it goes perfectly, by the way. Should kill this trick. Afraid of moving Salon to the front row just because she had to something over. Okay. I'm still kind of really tilted over that teleporter that had my number and basically task level bad luck. Probably Aram, I'd probably say is my favorite Sinistrals. That's more for that's mostly because of the first game though. She's the most interesting of the four in this game too. A Bobulus it's good. Strong movement. Oh, thanks for the luck as well. Have a good night, Wild Sunflower. Bye. Saying goes, you never want a PB by too much. I have a pretty meaty time save waiting for me on Kind of Vengeance next time. In hindsight, I could have taken my time a little bit in that room with the teleporter that ruined my ruined Christmas for everybody. To try to watch if it was going to teleport into me again, but the odds of it doing so are really low, and the time feel like it was worth it. But hindsight, it was. Yeah, I mean, third one I think was a preemptive, or at least not a problem, but still wasted a few seconds of my run as far as way. I mean, the second fight was the killer, though, where they ganged up and killed Salon. This dungeon was really, really good in my PB, too. I got through that last screen with no fights at all. Just from that room alone, I'm probably going to lose some time here. Just from that screen alone, I'd say. There is a defeat the Egg Dragon speedrun, but I don't think anyone outside of Japan has actually done it. There's also a 100% style category that I'm sure involves having to get all the dragon eggs, but You will not see that from me. It's way too long. Yeah, if someone's done 100% in 8 hours, I'm sure it's with a ton of RNG manipulations. Well, if you're going by 100% as far as how the game tracks chests, the only chests in the ancient cave that count are the ones that you unlock after beating the jelly. Really that bad, actually. 9 seconds. Because when you beat the jelly, you get a key that lets you get 3 chests behind the counter, and those chests do count towards the chest tracker and your final stats. But no other chest in the ancient cave matters for that purpose, at least. Yeah, that kind of 100% I don't think includes Iris treasures. I know Cruel has done a 100% run that does include Iris as well. And that's like 30 plus hours, I think. So someone's done 100% with Iris items in 8 hours. I actually find that kind of hard to believe, unless it's fully RNG manipulated. When I saw Cruel doing 100%, I'm sorry, I misread your message. Yeah. 8 hours for getting all chests in the game, but no Iris items sounds very reasonable. Good. A lot of manips. This enemy you do not want to mess around with. Died to that enemy if I affect the distance. Yeah, that one takes a bit to figure out. Because It's easy to think that you're supposed to fall onto the switches yourself like a certain number of times, but no, you actually have to get a monster to fall. What? It's debunked. Every step you take matters in this puzzle. And it's more or less impossible if you don't know that you can turn in place. But yes, a single misstep or bonk means you fail. They hide the world's most difficult trick. Sliding block puzzle where the fastest solution is still like for 100 moves. Hey, Brazilian guy, welcome in. Hydora, which is a bad way to translate Hydra. Lucked out there as far as him biting the one character that can survive it. It was Salon, ironically, because of having some fire protection. High roll there, so we still died through fucking great. Some more Firebird incendiary that gives me IP and I don't die. I was kind of surprised I saved time there, actually, because that was a little on the slow side. Means I've got a nice gold waiting for me. Definitely good for Ghost Ship, because kind of like with Avenged Ghosts, Lon needs IP to get a quick kill on Ghost Ship. Still in somewhat comfy sub 420 pace at least, even though the last leg of the run hasn't been particularly good. Looking ahead too, I know I've got a somewhat decent time save on Ammon 1. I think I reset on that because of Guy getting confused. Somebody has to. Hey, Camille, come in. Yep, this is the version of the game that has the special Blade Shrine missing tile set. This goes well, this is a 2-turn fight. The companion we want to see because it dies the fastest. I'm not sure. During the kind of the middle part of the game, the thing that feels the most missing to me is a fight with Ammon, the second Sinistral, because you spend a while kind of chasing Ammon around after you defeat Idora for the last time, and then you have a showdown with him in the Divine Shrine. But it's just a cutscene. There's no actual fight. That's always felt lacking to me. Another thing that's felt kind of missing to me too is a kind of a more meaningful feeling final boss fight after Deus too. Like the final boss of Lufia 1 is 3 of the Sinistrals merged together into guard Deus. The fact that you don't have something to this game, it's a little unfortunate. Right, now for glitchy, I don't really call it goodness, glitchiness. This is only in this version of the game too. The Japanese version and the European PAL versions fix this. Yeah, if you see this room unglitched, you do actually see that Deus and the dual blade are in here. Because when I played this as a kid, I didn't really know what was going on here, but I just kind of assumed that this cutscene was Maxim and Deus talking telepathically or something. But nope, he's there. You just can't see him through the glitch tile set. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I've actually got time to save here, because I think these are the splits where I died to a dragon in Grazi Kingdom. A bit of an unfortunate thing in the speedrun is that we never actually use the dual blade. Silver Sword is better for the very, very limited part of the game you actually have the dual blade for. Apostrophe 3Y Kingdom, here we come. I think if you use the IP ability of the dual blade, I think it either maxes out or really pumps up all of Maxim's stats, but for the speedrun, it isn't as good as the IP ability from the Silver Sword, Holy Energy, which if you have other gear onto Maxim to boost his attack power, just being able to use Holy Energy multiple times does a lot more damage than you could do with the Dual Blade IP ability. Along with the fact that you have to spend a turn buffing with the Dual Blade, and it only buffs Maxim. I don't know if they ever really have a canon explanation for why the dual blade is called that. Like if the duals means like the duality of like humans and gods or something, that'd be maybe my best guess. Gives a human the power to fight gods. I don't actually know what it is in Japanese, if it's also dual blade or if it's something else. In the European version, it's called the Lufia blade because since Lufia I was not released in Europe, they had to invent a reason for the game to be called Lufia. Because Lufia is a character from Lufia I. That's the dragon that killed me in my PB. Hey, Monocle, welcome in. Hope you had a nice weekend. Yeah, I guess that is a good point, too, that when Maxim's battle sprite in Lufia 1 is holding two swords. Maybe the idea is that it's two swords that you wield together. Although the sprite for it in this game is just one sword. No fights in that place, so if I have a good tank fight, this would probably be gold. Oh wow, congrats, Monocle. That's not... It's time to headbutt a tank because that's what we do. Plus minutes is definitely nothing to sneak. Yeah, shoutouts to the sprite work on this tank too. Between the eyes on front and then the Burger King that's piloting it. Shot somebody. They might know me. Marty's my reviver. That's better. Really hoping it was close to... Okay, because at least it didn't do a shot attack. Alright, good. I've got lots of IP for Gades now. That wasn't quite a fast enough tank for a gold, but gained back the time I lost from wiping to a wagon in my PB. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I brute forced that plant puzzle good. And with some of the other rougher puzzle rooms. 70, yeah, only 70 pages? That sounds like it probably skimped on some details somewhere. I'm trying to remember if I ever actually printed out an FAQ. I mean, I'm pretty sure I printed out like maps and stuff for games once gained access to the internet, but how about like a full FAQ? Probably helps that my like console gaming setup when I was a kid was in the same room as our family's computer and internet connection. Oh, nice, Lauren. 4-point font, well. It's both efficient and really, really hard to see. You can probably guess by the music getting really serious sounding like this, we're rapidly approaching the end of the game. So we just have three pretty quick dungeons and then the final boss rush. Leeches, misspelled lich. Punished at least. How much IP I have, I might be able to get away with doing something other than just straight attacking this fight. I've always said Gades, like Hades with a G. I know the voice acting in the DS remake calls it Gaddis. I think they spell it with an extra S at the end too. But he's pretty much universally called Gades, at least in the speedrun community. Stop to get some armor for Salon that gives her full status immunity to everything except instant death. Gadisu in Japanese. Like all the Sinistral names are pretty faithfully translated. Well, Desu doesn't have to mean death. I mean, it can, but I mean, Su can be either a TH sound or an S. Like that's why for Arisu in Final Fantasy VII, both Aerith and Eris are technically correct ways to translate her name. Yeah, beaches. Hope they don't do anything nasty. These fights are actually fairly dangerous, but the fact that you can force a preemptive on all 6 of the required fights in these towers realizes them. This time I'll have Salon preemptively throw a shriek on Guy in case he gets confused, because that was why I had to restart this fight in my PB. Guy is the only one that doesn't have confused resistance here. Some Galactic Lancer, that's his fastest animation bag that's not dangerous. I don't actually know what the correct portfolio for Ammon and Deus is. Because in this game, Ammon is the master of terror and Deus is the master. I'm sorry, Ammon is the master of chaos and Deus is the master of terror. But in Lufia 1, it's reversed. Would have probably had Artie try to kill him there, but I don't want to risk it. Yep, Artie could have definitely killed him. Oh well, let's just save him a minute. Okay, so it is correct in this game, but it's to the Japanese route. Now Guy does have chaos protection. Oh, his portfolio is fear in Japanese instead of terror. I'm gonna have to side with the translators on that one. I think terror is a kind of a juicier sounding thing than fear. Slaughter sounds good though for Aram, yeah. Goddess of Slaughter instead of Mistress of Death. It's Erin, like the girl's name. I can definitely respect them wanting to spice it up a little bit by not just making it a somewhat common name for a girl at the time. How fast that thing is. Yeah, there's no way Slaughter would have made it through 90s censorship. Even Death feels like a stretch. Yeah, Quintet could have probably snuck it through, you know. A save point in the game. Meaningful block of cutscenes in the game, and we've already passed the last menu in the game. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah, given that she gives life to the other Sinistrals. Oh yeah, I forgot that Mega Man X gets to have the word "down" in it. I mean, another thing about this game too is that some of the puzzle rooms are different in the Japanese version compared to the US and PAL versions, and one of them was changed specifically to get rid of a cross, because there's a puzzle room where you have to push blocks into the shape of a cross in the Japanese version, and then they made that into a completely different switch pushing puzzle in the US version. Honestly, I think the conclusion of Iris's story in this game flows into the first game really well, as far as making it so Aram has a little, even though she's an evil goddess, does have a bit of a conscience, and kind of, I guess, got kind of tainted a bit by hanging out with humans. That results in her becoming one in the next game. Well, the previous game, the next game in the timeline. Oh, thanks, Felipe. Appreciate it. So, if memory serves, all of the final Sinistral fights were pretty good in my PB. I doubt I have really that much time to save here, if any. But as long as there's no huge blow-ups, this is very comfy sub 420 pace, which is was my next goal for the run. Oh yeah, Dakar is back too. Yeah, I've never played Lufia 3, but I know that they with Lufia 3, yeah, Aram being or someone you trust secretly being Aram, it's kind of a tired trope by that point. Hey, Sir Moggs, it's going very well actually. On pace for a pretty nice PB. Hey, really fast Gades fight, all he did was punch me twice, which is fastest animation. Still a little time though because of hour before that. For Ammon, though, we do not want him to punch people, because he can kill people with his punches. His AoE attacks can't kill people. Hey, GK, welcome. Lufia 3 is for Game Boy Color. I haven't played it, so I don't really know a ton about it other than a couple of story beats. Hey, Kirby. There's another Lufia game for the Game Boy Advance that I know even less about. This will be a small gold. Swapping wins. And the last Lufia game is a Nintendo DS remake of this game, although it's very different. It's an action game instead of turn-based, and it changes a lot of stuff about the story and characters. This may kill Salon because she's the only character that doesn't have death resistance. Okay. Good. Hey, Linux man, it's going very well. Hopefully we'll get a nice sub 420 PB, which is my current and soon-to-be former, hopefully, goal for this run. Right left. Status effects there, and there's a small chance of some kind of status effect, and we're forgetting who's vulnerable to it. Well, the Sinistrals are giants. They went all out with the sprite work. I mean, this is a very late SNES game. Sprite work's incredible. Depending on damage rolls, sometimes that'll kill him. I could probably get away with just skipping that heal and just hoping for the best, but not yet. Alright, GG. So Deus was the final boss, but we still have one last order of business and one last epic bit of music to listen to before the run's done. Yeah, this is going to be a way bigger PB than I thought I still had in me, too. I mean, I thought my last PB was likely the last one to be over 10 minutes. I mean, this will be the last PB over 10 minutes, for sure. Still a lot of time to save, too, from cutting out safeties and other stuff, but yeah, we'll do the traditional recap after we're done text mashing. Well, I mean, I know what I would need to do to get a sub 4. That's both just do more runs and be willing to reset over bad early games. Most of the meaningful RNG on boss fights is fairly early in the game. Yeah, that's always a plus. Music time. Opposed to a run like Final Fantasy IX, where the biggest RNG-based boss is 15 minutes from the end of a 9-hour run. Hey! 4:14:54. That is a nice PB. Yeah, thanks for the GGs, everybody. Yeah, not just sub 420, but sub 415, too. A little bit of text mashing still to go before the music changes, and we'll do the recap. Yeah, well, more like 20 to 25 minutes, I think, between the last two runs. Yeah, 25 actually, because yeah, the last PB was by 15 minutes, almost exactly. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of time to come off in 2 runs though, that are 2 weeks apart. I've been doing a fair bit of practice over the past week though. Yeah, the fastest time I know of is barely under 4 hours for this category. And if you both use a lot of RNG manipulation and play the Japanese version, sub 3 hours is possible, at least by our timing method. Because like some of the movement strategies I've been using for dungeons came from a really fast Japanese version run that's by our timing method is like a 2:57 or so. Yeah, I really should watch the old TAS at some point just to see if there's anything at all I can pick up from that as far as movement tech. I mean, the fights are going to be totally useless for this category because of being fully manipulated. I've been running this game, since July or August, I want to say. I can check quick before doing the recap when my first stream VOD of this game was. Now I'm curious about that too. August 29th, it looks like, is when I finished my first run. So yeah, a little over 3 months. Yeah, I'm still pretty new to running this game compared to a lot of other people. But alright, recap time. So the worst part of my previous PB was definitely the first hour or so. Basically what we call the early game, which is just the run up through Gades 2. That's where a lot of the very random boss fights are. Let's see, so yeah, I had a very good catfish fight in this run. All of my damage rolls were over 50. I had maybe a few slip-ups in the cave that meant that it wasn't a gold. The Lund's basement, I mean, I'm doing some safeties, I guess just looking at, because I know that Volta's run as a 133, Gades 2, and a lot of the 4-minute difference, I think, there just comes from safety strats. I'm still doing, like, safety saves, and then also just taking some extra fights with mad horses in the Lund's basement for extra XP for Tia. I think I did at least 4 extra fights in this run to guarantee Tia would hit level 8 for Regal Goblin, which gives you some safety on that. Makes it harder for her to die. Yeah, I got a sleep on Regal Goblin, but it wasn't very early in the fight. It was pretty late, but I did get it did save time. It wasn't like a final turn sleep. Let's see, Camu I saved 2 minutes on because of not resetting on Camu because of him killing Tia early on. And I also had Guy actually use some IP, which up until now I haven't. I've been trying to just hoard all of Guy's IP for Tarantula, but I think going forward, I'm going to be a little more liberal with using IP with Guy. It makes a bigger difference on Tarantula, but it does make a difference on Camus, and you kind of never know what's going to happen. Because if he spams Buster Attack, then I'll get a lot of IP back. So let's see. Tarantula, I remember being pretty rough. Like just a lot of characters getting paralyzed. Like at least 5 or 6 times, I think, in total. The Tarantula paralyzed characters. Clearly, it was better than my previous PB, but there's definitely time to save there. Let's see, the Clowns was okay, at least for time. I know that Salon got killed by, I think, Pierre 1, which I don't think it didn't really matter much for time, but it cost her a bit of XP. I had a very good luck when the Cave Bridge basement, as far as the movement of the enemies. Didn't really have to stop at all to stun very many of them to get to the boss. Well, boss, in air quotes, the required fight. I had a first try Trolls. I did do some safeties there as far as like taking an extra turn on both the mummies and the Trolls. I did an extra turn for healing on mummies, and then did the 2-turn strat for Trolls, where you're assuming that one of your characters is going to get paralyzed, so you do a two-way multi-target with Salon instead of 3-way. I didn't die, at least. I remember having to heal a fair bit with Maxim in the Ancient Tower, and then I don't know, I feel like I'm probably getting to the point where I need to start skipping the Miracle in the Ancient Tower, just because that isn't, not like a terribly long detour, but it's probably a good, like, somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds, depending on how things go with the bull enemy in the key room. Start skipping that. I guess I also need to probably start skipping the Power Brace in after Regal Goblin 2, which lets me afford 2 extra big boomers without having to sell the Witch Ring, because I really like having the Witch Ring on Tia to make her healing more potent against Camus, especially. Alright, so then Idura 1 was rough. I think I failed an encounter skip in the lighthouse, and then the fight itself. Oh yeah, Salon died actually, which then caused some problems with the lions. Salon didn't have IP going into the lions. Oh yeah, I'm kind of really surprised I saved a minute on lions, given that I never actually got even a chance to paralyze them, because Salon didn't have IP going in, and then she died, and I had to revive her, so I just chipped away at them with ice balls. Salon I don't think even cast Blizzard either. She was just constantly struggling to stay alive. Let's see, then the Tower of Sacrifice and Karloon Shrine were both pretty good. Trying to think what happened on Flower Mountain. That was probably failed encounter skips. Is probably why I lost time to Rogue Flower. And Dankirk Dungeon was, I guess I was just cleaner movement and encounter skips as far as saving 2 minutes there. I know I didn't have like a really good Shadow Bridge room. I think I did 2 fights there. I mean, optimally you get 0, although that requires getting pretty lucky with the enemy movement in the bridge room. Let's see, I missed my split for Northeast Tower, but I know that was pretty good. It was my first time doing the new floaty platform room skip, and then not failing the ninja skip in the next room. Gargoyles was good. It wasn't quite as good as my previous run as far as the number of turns it took, but still fine. And I think the gold is probably more from doing the block pushing puzzles in the Mountain of No Return a bit faster. See, I missed my split for Divine Shrine, but I think that went pretty well. It's not. That Divine Shrine's a pretty consistent dungeon, as long as you don't mess up the hookshot room. The times you go through that, it's really just the very first screen that has kind of meaningful RNG with an encounter skip. But then the Shrine of Vengeance is probably the worst segment in this run, particular because of getting owned hard by a teleporting Grim Reaper enemy that caught me 3 times in the same run. And it killed Salon, and I didn't have IP for Venge Ghost, and lost a bunch of time there too. So I mean, yeah, that's probably 2 to 3 minutes to save just on that split. If I have a better dungeon and then get the 1-turn kill on Venge Ghost. Tower of Truth, decent. I don't really remember much about it other than I guess I missed a couple encounter skips in the mosh pit room, as I call it. Dragon Mountain, I think the dragon bit and killed Maxim, but otherwise fine. The ghost ship was good. Tank, I basically gained back some time I lost in the previous run because of a wipe. Didn't really have a lot of single target attacks from the tank either, which is nice because its single target attacks are more or less guaranteed one-shots, and not doing that is good. Then the rest of the run after that, I think, yeah, I slightly messed. I failed an encounter skip in one of the final towers. I think it was Ammon's, and then I messed up one of the preemptive setups in Deos's tower. Then that's why I lost a little on final Gades, but then the Sinistral fights were all pretty good. So yeah, I mean, I guess other than Shrine of Vengeance, where I've probably about 3 minutes in total to save between the dungeon and the boss. So, most of the rest of the time to save, I think, is mostly just aside from just playing cleaner, is going to be from taking out safeties, like in particular in the start of the run, as far as extra detours for save points and items and stuff. I mean, because I'm still safety saving at basically every opportunity where I feel like there's any upcoming risk at all. And I mean, I don't really think I need to kind of go to be doing total no save runs yet, but I need to trim it down a lot to just places where like there's a very real chance of dying like very, very quickly afterwards. Like the trolls could be a good place to safety save, along with maybe Idura 1's lighthouse. Because the only reset I did in this run was there, and it only cost me maybe 20-ish seconds or so. So yeah, I mean, I guess sub 410 is our next goal for Lufia II. Any percent, no major glitches, no manipulation, and that doesn't really feel like it's going to be that difficult to achieve. But I mean, we're at the point though where just getting bodied by bad luck at some point is going to mean I'm not going to PB. Like if I have a terrible Camu or Regal Goblin or something like that, that's going to make it pretty hard to come back from. But yeah, and we get our final stats. I feel like this is my first run where Artie had no deaths at all. I mean, Dakar usually doesn't die. They had single-digit deaths on Salon. Our final in-game time is 4:05. I forget if the in-game time is still running during the time you're sitting on the first page of the report, though. But at 39 escapes, so that's progress, I would say. I know a really, really clean run would be in the teens as far as number of escapes, which means the number of battles you ran away from. That's a good metric as far as how good you are at dodging encounters, as far as how many battles you ran from. We have our ancient cave stats, which are blank because of not going into the ancient cave, but if you did go there in your playthrough, you'd have some stats here.